Szanowni Państwo, pięknie wszystkich witam, tych, którzy odpowiedzieli pozytywnie na zaproszenie i przybyli do Sejmu w ten piękny sobotni dzień, jak i również witam wszystkich widzów, którzy oglądają naszą transmisję w sieci. Włodzimierz Skalik, mam zaszczyt przewodniczyć Parlamentarnemu Zespołowi do spraw własności i wolności gospodarczej Polaków. Otwieram zatem konferencję pod tytułem Zmiana klimatu, polityka a nauka. Pewnie to jest zaskoczeniem dla Państwa. Aha, informacja. Są słuchaweczki, ponieważ będą wypowiedzi w języku polskim i angielskim i zachęcam do, jeżeli ktoś ma ochotę, do korzystania z systemu odsłuchowego. Kanał pierwszy to jest język polski i kanał drugi to jest język angielski. Tak? Czy system działa? Jest wszystko ok? Jest język angielski na kanale drugim słyszany? Jest ok? Ok. Bardzo dziękuję. W takim razie przystępujemy do działania. Chciałbym na początku przede wszystkim powitać naszych szanownych gości. To ogromna radość i zaszczyt dla nas gościć pana profesora Piotra Kowalczaka. Panie profesorze, tutaj może kilka słów o panu profesorze później. Witam serdecznie również na łączach. Bardzo serdecznie witam pana Marka Morano ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, który akurat nie musiał dzisiaj wcześniej bardzo wstawać, ponieważ przebywa w Europie, w Austrii i jest w tej samej strefie czasowej, więc widać, że jest już od dawna gotowy. Bardzo dziękujemy i przepraszamy za to małe przesunięcie. Bardzo proszę członka komisji, wiceprzewodniczącego, posła Romana Fritza o przedstawienie naszych zagranicznych gości, którzy uczestniczą w tej konferencji, którzy będą się zarówno wypowiadać, jak i również przysłuchiwać. Bardzo proszę, panie pośle, pan to uczyni najlepiej.
Szczęść Boże wszystkim. Przede wszystkim witamy szefa zespołu, czyli pana posła Włodzimierza Skalika. On przez swoją wrodzoną skromność o tym nie wspomniał. A teraz wracając do naszych drogich gości zagranicznych, chciałbym przedstawić pokrótce. Właściwie pierwszym mówcą będzie kolega poseł do Bundestagu Stefan Kotre z Alternatywy dla Niemiec, specjalista do spraw energetyki, zasiada w Bundestagu od 2017 roku. W dalszej kolejności będzie również naszym mówcą pan János Ardzielan z partii Mi Hozank z Węgier, radny regionu Fejér na Węgrzech, szef gabinetu spraw zagranicznych partii Mi Hozank, jak również zastępca sekretarza generalnego tej partii. Mamy również przyjemność powitać pana Ladisława Wrábla. Ladisław Wrábel jest przewodniczącym politycznego ruchu Czeska Republika Jedna, czyli Czeska Republika po pierwsze z Republiki Czeskiej. Jest również z nami żona pana Ladisława, pani Bojana Wurdelia z Serbii. Również serdecznie witamy. Jest również z Węgier Patrik Oros, który jest wiceprzewodniczącym młodzieżowej organizacji partii Mi Hozank. Więc w doborowym międzynarodowym towarzystwie się znajdujemy i liczę na państwa udział w tej naszej dzisiejszej konferencji.
W bardzo dobrym momencie przejmuję głos, bo mam zaszczyt również powitać byłego członka tego zespołu, współzałożyciela, a dzisiaj posła do Parlamentu Europejskiego, pana Grzegorza Brauna. Bardzo.
I przepraszam za spóźnienie. Szczęść Boże.
Mam zaszczyt również powitać, można powiedzieć, współorganizatora tej konferencji, pana redaktora Tomasza Sommera, który, krótko mówiąc, był swego rodzaju inspiracją. Zainspirował nas do tego, by właśnie taką konferencję przeprowadzić. Panie redaktorze, bardzo dziękujemy za to wsparcie i pomoc i za wspólne działanie. Szanowni Państwo, pragnę na początku powiedzieć kilka słów o planowanym porządku naszego posiedzenia. Nazwa jest bardzo wymowna: Zmiana klimatu, polityka a nauka. Polityka a nauka. Przewidujemy dwa bloki, jeden odnoszący się do kwestii naukowych na temat zmian klimatu, a drugi blok to blok polityczny. Natomiast ze względu na to, że delegacja z Niemiec będzie musiała na popołudniowe i wieczorne obowiązki opuścić Warszawę, w związku z tym uczynimy tutaj wyjątek i na początku będzie się wypowiadał pan poseł Stefan Cotre. I teraz chciałbym kilka słów powiedzieć na początek naszego posiedzenia. Szanowni Państwo, od wielu lat obserwujemy, myślę, że w Polsce, ale nie tylko w Polsce, również na świecie, zmowę milczenia. W najważniejszych kwestiach zmowa milczenia. Obserwujemy to od lat, tak zwana pandemia, różne inne kwestie ważne, globalne, międzynarodowe, z którymi jest nam dane żyć i które nas dotykają. Okazuje się, że są kompletnie pominięte w debacie publicznej, w poważnej debacie publicznej. Wręcz odwrotnie, obserwujemy zmowę sił politycznych, medialnych, środowisk naukowych i wielu innych w realizowaniu pewnej narzuconej narracji, która ma prezentować w najważniejszych kwestiach fałszywy obraz, fałszywy, nieprawdziwy, a wszelkie próby rzetelnej debaty, uczciwej debaty są torpedowane, a ci, którym w ogóle przychodzi na myśl organizowanie jakiejś krytycznej oceny tego, co nas spotyka, to jest od razu wylewa się wielki hejt i wręcz są takie osoby prześladowane, zwalniane z pracy, różnego rodzaju szykany spadają na te osoby. Nasze środowisko polityczne wyróżnia się tym, że zarówno w okresie COVID-u, dopóki wojna na Ukrainie nie wyleczyła nas z COVID-u, tak, to nasze środowisko polityczne również było bardzo zasadnicze, jeżeli chodzi o krytyczne podejście, tak? I również w tych kwestiach środowisko Konfederacji Wolność i Niepodległość zakłada zespół i organizuje tą debatę, tą konferencję, tą próbę oceny stanu, jak jest. Mamy dzisiaj okazję wysłuchać zarówno argumenty o charakterze naukowym, jak i również o charakterze politycznym. Nie poddajemy się presji poprawności politycznej, która na nas spada zewsząd i uważamy, że tego rodzaju projekty, jak w minionych latach, te, o których wspomniałem, jak i dotyczący Zielonego Ładu, redukcji emisji CO2, wszystkie te kwestie są projektami międzynarodowymi. To są projekty globalne. Jakikolwiek sprzeciw, opór wymaga współpracy międzynarodowej. My tutaj w Polsce w pojedynkę nie poradzimy sobie z tą presją, z tą opresją, która ma nas pozbawić majątku, praw i swobód obywatelskich. By skutecznie stawiać opór tej globalnej akcji, jest konieczna wymiana myśli w układzie międzynarodowym i też współpraca, wspólne działanie, wspólne podejmowanie różnych działań i projektów. I moi drodzy, właśnie zastanawiałem się, jak to uzasadnić, że zespół parlamentarny do spraw gwarancji własności i wolności gospodarczej Polaków zajmuje się zmianą klimatu. I w sukurs przyszedł mi artykuł Business Insider sprzed 3 dni, gdzie, moi drodzy, czytamy, polecam Państwa uwadze ten artykuł, gdzie wystarczy, że przytoczę kilka istotnych sformułowań. Szanowni Państwo, Business Insider 12 czerwca pisze: firmy z Wall Street uważane są za część kartelu klimatycznego. Chodzi o zmowę w celu ograniczenia emisji CO2. Jak widzicie Państwo, jest uzasadnienie, że właśnie nasz zespół zajmuje się zmianą klimatu, bo jak czytamy dalej, amerykańska komisja kongresowa w ostrym raporcie wystosowała komunikat. Kartel klimatyczny składający się z lewicowych grup adwokackich i firm z Wall Street współpracował
to force businesses CO2 emissions. So when you read on the very same article, you will find out that this climate cartel involves the big three, the Troika, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, the companies which exploit this deal to do expropriation, to take over assets, take over property, to get more assets in management. Their appetite is never satiated. They are always hungry for assets and wealth, and they want to take it away from us. So as members of parliament who really fight for economic freedom and freedom of property, we are here today to discuss climate change and all the issues related to that, because we have deep concerns that there is a hidden agenda behind all that. So now we are ready to give the floor to our distinguished guests. Stefan Kotre, Bundestag MP representing Alternative für Deutschland.
society but we have a time more than this, and there are difference. In Germany, we see politics who is out of order in this kind of politics. For my poor English, yeah, there are no words I can express what to give us energy. It is the cheapest one, and for environmental it is the best one. And if you want to provide carbon, you can use power plants, but this is not the point. And there's a great as we should have. And especially in Germany, we see the ideological way of climate, I would say climate idiotcy, climate stupidity. I cannot have other words. There's no evidence the carbon is responsible for the climate. There are a few studies, they say maybe the sun activities are the reason for a change or something like that, but I'm not the expert, and we have experts here, and I guess it will be more clear. So I'm a politician, and I see our politics is wrong, is very wrong. Instead of spend money to avoid carbon in the air, it is much more better to make the society resistant, maybe against the heating, or maybe of flood in some areas or something like that. It's cheaper than we do anything and spend money for ideological issues. What we see now is the Western governments want to spend money for other countries. It is now established a fund. A fund is called Loss and Damage Fund, and the Western countries say, okay, we want to have this fund to give money for other states in the south of this world to finance their damages of weather and for damages of flood and something like that. But there is no different. Is it a problem of climate change, or is it a normal damage? And we will see the Western countries will spend much money and more money, and we see it is for nothing. It should be only a point on that problem, and I apologize for my poor English. I could say I think 10 hours about this problem. Please let you know, in Germany they are very, very stupid on this topic. They spend much money on this topic. They want to change the society. They want us to cut down, to go by flight. They want us to cut down, to eat much more meat and something like that. And this it can a little bit be a step into an authority society, and this we have to fight against. And that's the point. I apologize for my poor English, but I think I have got you an idea of what's going on. Thank you very much.
Stefan, bardzo dziękuję.
Stefan, thank you so much. As you can clearly see, there are many similarities between what we had is happening in Germany and what is happening in Poland. We are being reinforced in our conviction that similar systemic activities are also implemented in our neighboring country with our neighbors. So this is why we should absolutely focus on analyzing the situation to undertake proper countermeasures. So thank you very much for this. And now let's move to our first part, which will be devoted to the scientific aspects of the climate change. And the first speaker will be Mr. Mark Morano from the US.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be speaking at this important event today. I will go into the science of climate change and how it's being used to essentially strip away human freedom through these net zero goals. As everyone in Poland is well aware, when the Soviet Union collapsed and the Eastern Bloc satellite nations collapsed under their power in the late 80s and early 1990s when all this occurred, a lot of energy from those failed policies went in to the environmental and climate movement. And I'm very sad to report today that that entire movement under the guise of net zero is literally in quite seriously nothing more than Soviet-style central planning being reintroduced upon the once free world. And I'm going to go into the scientific underpinning for what they're doing with these net zero goals. And then in the later discussion, I'm going to talk to you more about the politics, how this is essentially the intentional collapse and rationing of energy, food, going after farmers with nitrogen fertilizer and methane and animal agriculture, meat, and your freedom of movement, whether it's banning gas-powered cars without a vote, whether it's limiting airline travel, carbon passports, taxes for anyone who takes more than one flight a year, raising the cost, 15-minute cities. This is all being done as a redux of Soviet-style central planning. So I'm going to start here, though, with my first discussion today is going to be about the science of climate change. So let me share my screen, which I believe is already shared, and I will get my presentation going here. 1 second, please. Okay. Can everyone see my slideshow now? Can everyone see it?
No, not yet.
You still don't see it now? Go ahead. Okay, 1 second. Give me one moment, please. Oh, here we go, I think. Here we go. 1 second, please. Okay. And you should see it now. Do you see it now? Do you see it now?
Tak, widać, dziękujemy.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I just introduced myself. I'm Mark Morano of the Committee for Constructive Tomorrow, and I run CFAC's Climate Depot. I'm the author of the Politically Incorrect Guide to Climate Change, which came out in 2018. I'm the author of the Green Fraud, Why the Green New Deal is Worse Than You Think. And my most recent book is The Great Reset, Global Elites and the Permanent Pandemic, the Permanent Lockdown. So today I'm going to talk, and I work with a former senior staffer at the United States Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. Also did the film Climate Hustle in 2016 and Climate Hustle 2 in 2020, starring Hercules star Kevin Sorbo, by the way. Okay, these are the books, obviously, right here. And that's Green Fraud, Great Reset, and Climate Change. So that's who I am. I'm not a scientist, but I worked with scientists when I was in the United States Senate. I produced the report with Senator James Inhofe's office and the entire Republican staff there of 400 dissenting scientists who reject the idea of a climate crisis. We later expanded that list to over 1,000 international scientists, and that included former United Nations scientists who turned against the UN. It also included Nobel Prize-winning scientists. In fact, this very moment, I am coming to you live from Vienna, Austria, at a climate summit here in Europe that features Dr. John Clauser, the 2022 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics. He gave a major talk yesterday about the climate con and how he is a complete climate skeptic. We have Will Happer, the physicist from Princeton University, 200 peer-reviewed studies at this conference, and he is considered the foremost expert on the greenhouse gas effect in the world. And these scientists who have gathered here today, including Israeli scientists Nir Shavir, including scientists from the Netherlands and many other places, the Harvard Smithsonian, Dr. Willie Soon, are all screaming there's no climate crisis, that climate change is essentially a scam being used to control the population. So that's what I'm going to go into, the science. This is the Earth's geologic history. First of all, when you hear things like we are currently unprecedented weather, or CO2 has never been this high, or it's as hot as the Earth has ever been in millions of years, scientifically speaking, we are in a CO2 famine. And that is the exact phrase of Dr. Will Happer from Princeton University. The geologic record reveals ice ages have occurred with CO2 was over 2,000 parts per million and as high as 8,000 parts per million. For current reference, we're about 430 parts per million. Nowhere near when we've had ice ages of that in the geologic record of the Earth. Temperatures have been similar to today when carbon dioxide was up to 20 times higher than today's level. In other words, CO2, what humans exhale from our mouth, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide, is not the control knob of the climate. Now, many of you are familiar, this is a chart from Al Gore's film, An Inconvenient Truth, 2006. You see here he's showing these CO2 levels going back hundreds of thousands of years based on the Antarctic ice core samples. And he uses a elevator ladder to show you that how high CO2 is today. But what Gore did not show you is he's cherry picking a very small section of Earth's history to try to scare you about the boogeyman of carbon dioxide. If Al Gore were intellectually and scientifically honest, he would have showed you this chart. And this chart is based on the science of the geologic history of the Earth, and you can see that where Al Gore is standing on a ladder to scare you, the Earth laughs at that. In the geologic history, we are not even close to anything considered even high carbon dioxide levels. And this is the con. They cherry pick a very small section of Earth's history, and they try to scare you that this is unprecedented, that we've never seen this before. This is a chart, and we featured this actually in our film Climate Hustle, based on the scientific work, a well-known reconstruction of the Earth's geologic past. So you can see to the right there, Al Gore's high point where he's on a ladder is not even close, anywhere near. It's not even 10% of the highest CO2 levels. Well, let's move over to the United States government charts. This is a National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration chart showing the recent temperature of the entire Earth. And what does this chart show? Do you see? This was just pulled off. This is still readily available. Even the Joe Biden administration here in the United States features this chart. They can't deny the science of climate change and Earth's temperature history. This is over the last 500 million years, and you can see we are currently in the coldest period of this chart from the United States government, currently up from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, and you can see that we are in the 10% coldest geologic period of Earth's history. In other words, 90% of Earth's history has been too warm to have ice at either pole. We are in the 10% coldest where we have ice at both poles right now. And we're also in the 10% lowest levels of carbon dioxide in the Earth's history. Who knows this? The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change used to know this. This is the first United Nations climate chart from 1990. You can see where they obviously show the medieval warm period not only as warmer than current temperatures, but much, much warmer. Look at that hump. That appeared in the first 1990 report. Well, what do you think happened after that? As you may or may not know, the UN Climate Panel, the IPCC, which everyone says is the gold standard of climate, I'm here to tell you it's fool's gold. The Climate Panel of the United Nations, the Intergovernmental Panel, was formed in 1988 with the job of looking at how carbon dioxide impacts climate. If they failed to find carbon dioxide driving a climate emergency or climate crisis, they would fail to have a reason to exist. In other words, They are a self-interested lobbying organization posing as a scientific body. It's fake science. They will tell you that the reason they are there is not to save the planet, but to redistribute wealth and to literally promote global governance. Because if they continue to find CO2 is driving a climate crisis, they get to come up with the solution to the problem, which is United Nations climate summits, annual meetings, and a treaty like the UN Paris Agreement. And they get to continue to exist and have annual meetings all over the world in the most exotic locations. I personally have attended 19 out of the last 20 United Nations climate summits. I've seen this up firsthand. So what happened in 1990? They show you the medieval warm period, which is about 900 to 1300 AD, as much warmer than today. Well, when I worked in the United States Senate, we had scientists testify that by the mid-1990s, this fact that the United Nations promoted in their first report became inconvenient to their messaging and their claims of a climate crisis. So United Nations scientists started lobbying to, quote, get rid of the medieval warm period. We had a scientist, Dr. David Deming, a geologist, testify before the United States Senate under oath that he was approached by UN scientists to get rid of that chart. Lo and behold, a few years after that, by 1999, the United Nations wiped out the medieval warm period and revised the past history of the Earth to come up with what's now known as Michael Mann's hockey stick. They went back, fixed the numbers, and got rid of the medieval warm period and came up with a flat line and said temperatures now are unprecedented. We've never seen it this hot, completely contradicting their previous reports. This is manufactured science for political control. Dr. Patrick Moore, another prominent climate dissenter or skeptic on climate change, has put up this chart, which tries to show you that if you're looking at the average global temperature when they claim it's unprecedented, they are dealing with not only tenths of a degree, but hundredths of a degree. In other words, changes that thermometers can barely measure and that are within the margin of error. So when you hear it's the hottest year on record ever we've ever measured, it's typically within the margin of error of the temperature data set. So he came up with this chart showing if you actually went by a normal temperature scale, this is the temperature of the last 120 years. You wouldn't even notice the difference. In fact, the 1.5 or a little bit higher temperature rise since the 1880s, since the end of the Little Ice Age, wouldn't even be noticeable, according to prominent scientists like Leonard Begstead, former United Nations scientist, if we didn't have modern instruments to tease out these small differences. The UK scientist Philip Stott, who we featured in our film Climate Hustle, has the best explanation of the science of climate change. Climate change is governed by hundreds of factors or variables. The idea that we can manage it or change climate change predictably by manipulating one politically selected factor, carbon dioxide, what humans exhale from our mouth, is as misguided as it gets. It's scientific nonsense. So the idea that we can ban gas-powered cars, stop eating meat, limit our travel, go to solar and wind, shut down coal production, and somehow the weather will notice or change, that is akin to medieval witchcraft. It's scientific nonsense. You will hear about the heat waves. I've already mentioned the hottest year. In the United States, where we have some of the most comprehensive and best temperature data, this is Joe Biden, again, a Democrat pushing net zero. President Joe Biden's administration's own Environmental Protection Agency chart, which shows the 1930s in the United States had a heat wave index and heat waves 8 to 10 times hotter than anything the United States is experiencing today. In fact, they were so dishonest scientifically that the Biden EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, did an analysis about 2 years ago that said heat waves are incredibly increasing in the United States. And you know what they did? In the chart on the right, they started the heat wave chart in the 1960s, early 1960s, which happened to be the coldest period of the 20th century globally and in the United States. They completely ignored the heat waves of the 1930s, which, by the way, climatologist Dr. John Christie has said that before 1955, 80% of all U.S. heat wave records were set before 1955, state high temperature records. So the idea that we're in some heat wave or temperature warming emergency is not even supported by the Joe Biden administration here in the United States. Where is the climate emergency? When you're talking about climate deaths, there's been a 99% drop in climate-related deaths, and you can see here the extreme weather has not increased. So they talk to you about floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires. On climate time scales of 30, 50, 100 years, there's either no trend in climate extremes or declining, going down trend. And that's even admitted by the United Nations, buried deep within the reports. That's admitted by United States government reports like the National Climate Assessment. But again, what they do is called a misdirection. When current reality fails to alarm, they make scary predictions of the future. So if they're extreme weather, they can't have the science to support it. What they say is our climate models, which you can tune however you want, show that our predictions of the future are much, much worse. It's going to be very bad. We must ban gas-powered cars now. This is a climate con. As I mentioned, climate-related deaths over the last 100 years. Fossil fuels have taken an untamed climate and made it safer for humanity. With wealth, prosperity, technological innovation, and infrastructure, we have mastered the climate. The idea that fossil fuels are driving climate death increase is completely the opposite of all scientific data. Physicist Dr. Steve Kuhn, who worked for the Obama administration in the Department of Energy from New York University, has said that the climate change is not an emergency, not a crisis, just another scientist in this thing. He talks about sea level is only rising 1 foot per century. So the idea of the European coastlines being washed is not happening. Sea level has been rising for the last 10,000 years since the end of the Little Ice Age. The science of climate change is so weak and bad that even climate activists like Michael Schellenberger, a climate activist, publicly apologized in 2020 for his part in promoting the climate emergency and climate scare. He said, on behalf of environmentalists, I apologize for the climate scare. Former people who believe deeply in the climate emergency have re-examined the science and are walking away from it. You will hear repeatedly in Poland and everywhere else that this 97% of scientists agree that climate change is causing, that climate change is real and a crisis. These studies are a fraud from beginning to end. One of the studies claiming 97% of all scientists agree was only made up of 77 scientists. And it was anonymous. We don't know the scientists' names. We don't know their affiliation. So the 97% of scientists wasn't even 97 scientists. It was 77 anonymous scientists. One of the UN lead authors, Dr. Richard Cole of the United Nations Climate Reports, did his study and said that another study activists and the governments and the pathetic, particularly pathetic Western leaders who go into this agenda, have had 50 years of failed climate warnings. Going back to the 1970s, you can see some of the reports here, the tipping points. We have to do X, Y, Z, or the climate will get us. Just remember, passing a carbon tax, banning gas-powered cars, the weather's not going to change. The climate won't notice, but humanity and people will suffer. In the United States, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has said the world UK, former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, we have fewer than 50 days to save the planet. And by the way, that tipping point expired. We're still there. I was able to do Green Fraud, why the Green New Deal is worse than you think. In Europe, it'd be why the Green Deal is worse than you think, or why net zero is worse than you think. The earliest known climate tipping point was 1864. Yes, when President Abraham Lincoln was in the United States, a U.S. academic, George Perkins Marsh, warned that unless mankind changed his way, quote, climatic excess would occur. Now, it's deep wired within human beings to fear environmental doom. That is part of what the climate is about. Playing on our fears. You need an analogy very similar to the COVID fears. And by the way, the same solutions to COVID are the same solutions they're pushing for climate change. COVID, they shut down the economy, they limited your travel, they reduced emissions by stopping all economic activity, they limited your freedom of movement, and they had massive restrictions. And all climate is another form of that fear campaign that gives control to the fewer and fewer people at the top of our society. And that is why we must fight this. Again, it's a reimposition of Soviet-style central planning on the world. And Eastern Europe, Poland, knows what I'm talking about and understands that. We spent 4 decades under Soviet domination with the Soviet central planners, only to be free, and then, sadly, the European Union comes along shortly after, and the central planners are back at it again. You need to oppose this with every your ability. You will be told that net zero is important, that these UN climate summits are important. This is a chart showing that carbon dioxide levels in the Earth's atmosphere don't give a damn about what United Nations climate treaties do. This is every United Nations climate treaty going back to the Rio Earth Summit 1992. None of them have stopped CO2, carbon dioxide from rising in the atmosphere. Not even the COVID lockdown stopped it. John Kerry, Joe Biden's former environmental climate envoy, has said the fact that every American, even if every American biked to work and we shut down the entire United States economy with zero emissions, the entire Earth wouldn't even notice. In other words, this is an exercise in futility to give away our prosperity and freedom to a small cabal of central planners at the World Health Organization, the United Nations, and the World Economic Forum. And this is skyrocketing. China's the one that's going to benefit from the EV mandates, the gas-powered car ban. China will be the world's sole superpower as this continues. On observational data, the climate crisis is not evident, and this was in a peer-reviewed journal. This is the actual hard science coming out. Antarctica, just last week, a new study appeared in a peer-reviewed journal, the journal Nature, one of the most prestigious journals. Antarctica ice is expanding. 85 years of glacier growth and stability in East Antarctica. Starting in the 1970s, have either had a gain in ice or have been unchanged. This is shocking because Antarctica is where they get to the 20-foot sea level rise. They try to scare you. The very latest science in the journal Nature and U.S. These charts going back hundreds of years were much of the future. Flood damage, tropical no change or declining change over decades, even going back 100 years, much, much worse. You don't have many tornadoes here in Europe. In the United States, we do. We are near record lows for large tornadoes. All extreme weather, either declining or no change. The number of articles mentioning this extreme weather scare gone up. This is the New York Times chart since 2005. Look at that. The idea of the media promoting extreme weather scares has skyrocketed. Well, guess what? Extreme weather is actually unchanged or declining. You are being conned, you are being deceived, you are being lied to. And this is what I mentioned earlier, the heat wave chart. You see where they started the year in 1960, and that's, of course, where heat waves were much worse back in the 1930s, the Dust Bowl. We've heard this alarm before. Here's a newspaper article, 1939. Greenland's glaciers melting, say scientists. And they're warning, look at this quote, it's without exaggeration that glaciers like those in Norway face the possibility of a catastrophic collapse. We have to act immediately. This is 1939. And this is the same time I was talking to you about the 1930s heat waves being 8 to 10 times hotter than anything we're experiencing now. I repeat, you are being lied to about the climate emergency. Prominent European scientists, the Dutch scientist Heinrich Tenekes, I find the doomsday picture of Al Gore entirely without merit. I protest vigorously the idea that climate reacts like a home heating system. You change your thermostat and the desired temperature will soon be read. Poland, especially Eastern European nations, know what tyranny and central planning is like. They know what communism is like. This net zero is climate communism. Remember that phrase. I'll be coming back to it. This net zero is not a home thermostat. It's not like, well, if we stop eating meat, we can turn down the Earth's temperature and we'll have less floods and droughts. No, it doesn't work that way any more than medieval witchcraft worked that way. If we burn that witch at the stake, we can end the crop failures and get better weather. It doesn't work that way. That is superstition, not science. Polar bears no longer the icon. Polar bears are disappearing, but only from Al Gore's books and movies. Polar bears are at or near historic population highs. The hunting ban decades ago saved them from any kind of species survival. There are now more polar bears than they've ever counted. The indigenous people admit this. The scientific community admits this. Do you know what that means? It means you don't see many polar bears at all in the climate debate. It used to be the icon. It used to be the mascot. And now no one talks about polar bears because they've never counted this many. But they still say it's worse than we thought because our predictions of the future show polar bears are going extinct based on worthless climate models. This is the UK scientist, Dr. John Brignell. The IPCC is purely a political body posing as a scientific institution. That's what you need to understand. It's not the gold standard, it's fool's gold when it comes to science. Dr. Ottmar Edenhofer of the UN, the scientific panel in quotes, has said we redistribute the world's wealth by climate policy. One has to free oneself from the illusion that climate policy is environmental policy. It has almost nothing to do with environmental policy. It has to do with controlling you, your freedom, and imposing Soviet-style climate communism on the world. So one of the things I want to go through this real quick, the reason they always claim that they're right and they predicted it is because they predict both sides. If you have a major soccer or sporting event, football event, and you predict both teams to win, the next day you can always say, I was right, I predicted it, because you predict both teams to win. Climate science and the climate activists do the same horse shit. And here it is. Climate change causes rain, causes less rain. This is one of their predictions. And I lost my, hold on one sec. Climate change causes less rain. Climate change causes more rain, but less water. Climate change means less snow. We were told that. But then when we had record snow, climate change means more snow. Climate change causes Antarctica to lose ice. Climate change causes Antarctica to gain ice. No matter what happens, it fits their climate theory. Climate change causes autumn leaves to lose their color. Climate change causes more colorful autumn leaves. Climate change makes for saltier seas. And I'm showing you the exact corporate media peer-reviewed studies right here. Climate change makes for less salty seas. Climate change increases malaria. Climate change decreases malaria. Climate change increases dengue fever outbreaks. Climate change decreases dengue fever outbreaks. Climate change causes more lightning. Climate change causes less lightning. Climate change makes the cities foggier. Climate change makes the cities less foggier. Climate change makes more hurricanes. Climate change causes less hurricanes. Climate change increases and both increases and decreases human fertility. And beavers are both good and bad for the climate, depending on what happens. You get the idea here that no matter what weather event happens, they claim they predicted it because they're predicting all both outcomes of weather. More extremes, less extremes, doesn't matter. It's caused by climate change. You are being deceived and lied to. Mammals shrink when the earth heats up. We'll have horses the size of cats. We're going to have tiny little horses. But wait, climate change is also making horses fat because they're eating too much grass. So you're going to have tiny little horses the size of a cat that are going to be massively obese and fat. They can't even keep it consistent to make sense. Identity politics has invaded the climate change debate. We're now told it's not CO2 causing climate. According to Forbes magazine, it's toxic masculinity causing climate change. NASA, our once esteemed scientific division, says climate change is due to white supremacy. This is the absurdity of the climate change movement that wants to control every aspect of your life. Data has now been declared racist by a Rhode Island professor. Science statistics are inherently racist. Their science has been made up by racist people because they live in a racist society. This is the world in which we're dealing with. This is insane, and you should not submit to this agenda. In 1846, centuries ago, Aborigines blamed the changing climate on the introduction of the white man. We have not advanced as a culture. And this is an 1846 newspaper article. They're now blaming climate on identity politics and on white people. It's insane. Humans are fueling global warming. This was a peer-reviewed study last fall in a European journal. By just breathing, they're now blaming humans. By inhaling oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. We are the pollution they want to eliminate. You are the pollution. The Polish parliament needs to renounce net zero, needs to renounce the climate scare, oppose it with every fiber of your being. Because what they're doing now is merging climate change into public health. COVID and climate are being merged together. Climate lockdowns, International Energy Agency is reporting behavioral changes. They want to ban private car use. They want to have thermostat controls, limits on hot water. The UK fires report, Absolute Zero, is calling for airport closure, climate lockdowns, no new roads, meat bans, and regulating carbon dioxide, what we exhale from our mouth, similar to the toxic substance asbestos. This is our future if we allow it. The journal Nature has praised COVID lockdowns as quote, the key to the way to achieve a safer climate. They are looking to make COVID lockdowns apply to climate lockdowns. And they're actually saying that we're more willing to accept these limitations. COVID was about fear, impose tyranny on us, and climate is about fear to impose tyranny. The British Medical Journal wants bans on meat, cars, reductions. Public health is merging on climate. Climate is the greatest threat to public health, say 230 medical journals. They want to use it as a model, the COVID lockdowns, on how to deal with climate change. You can now be diagnosed medically with climate change. This is how absurd climate science has become. You go to a doctor with heat stroke or heat exhaustion, they will write on your chart, climate change. And not only that, if you should die, they can now put climate change as, they're trying to put climate change as a cause of death on your death certificates. This is how climate science has debased itself and made itself a mockery of the scientific world. So the reality, again, 99% drop in climate-related deaths. There is no climate crisis. There is no climate emergency. Stop net zero. The great economist Milton Friedman, Nobel laureate, won the Nobel Prize, free societies that we've been lucky enough to experience the last several hundred years are a rare exception in human history. And the history of Poland emphasizes this with the Soviet Union. Most people, most of history have lived in tyranny and misery. We have a chance, the once free West, to keep our freedom from falling to the norms of history. Most of history, we've lived in tyranny. Let's not allow net zero climate communism to send us back. These are my books. I will be back in about an hour and a half to give you more of a political discussion on this collapse of energy, food, transportation, freedom of movement, and how net zero is the greatest single threat that free people anywhere face. And the Polish parliament needs to condemn the United Nations Climate Panel, needs to condemn net zero, needs to condemn the climate emergency, and you need to go forward and fight this entire Great Reset agenda. With that, I thank you for this time, and I will end my testimony. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję za.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this passionate, interesting presentation full of valid arguments. Actually, what you said points at all those similarities between the so-called pandemic, the COVID-19 campaign. So thank you very much. Actually, by the way, the German delegation has to leave the room, so thank you and goodbye to our German colleagues. So we do see a lot of similarities. After all, anthropogenic impact obviously does contribute to CO2 emissions. So if you want to control activity, if you want to limit, restrict, monitor human activity, then yes, carbon dioxide, CO2 is a fantastic system-wide solution. Terrorists want to exploit this link between human activity and CO2 emissions. They want to exploit this link to take away our freedoms and rights. So I believe we all subscribe to this proposition that there is a great similarity between the central planning in the totalitarian communist system and our society can remember it very well, and rightly so, even though a few decades have passed since that era. But so the youngest might be oblivious to those similarities, so we should make them aware of it. Now, let me tell our viewers to buy a book of our guest, our expert. This book was published by Vektory Publishing House, The Green Deception, Zielone Oszustwo in Polish. I do recommend that book to you. The snapshot of the arguments you heard during this presentation, this is what you will find in the book, plus many, many more propositions and arguments. Could we maybe, Mark, could we have more regular cooperation? Let me explain where I'm coming from. Today we have this event with people who are really quite critical about the climate change narrative and all the implications which supposedly follow. So in the fall of this year, we would like to organize a similar event, but we need confrontation, okay? We look forward to a confrontation with those who feed this climate change religion, who try to feed us with this. So that means we'd like to invite Polish cabinet officials. You know, you may not know this, but in Poland, recently a Ministry of Climate and Environment has been established. So a new Ministry of Climate and Environment.
Happy. I've been to Poland 3 times over the years. Since 2008, I've been to the United Nations climate summits in Poland. I was in Katowice, Warsaw, and Poznan, Poland. I would be happy to come in person. I could also bring United States scientists at this conference. As I mentioned, Nobel Prize-winning physicist from 2022, the most recent winner, is here at the conference warning about climate science, the con or the fraud of the climate change. We also have Dr. Will Happer. We have Nir Shabib. I'd be happy to come, and I think absolute confrontation and debate on this topic is what is exactly needed.
Very well then. So let's try to set the date for October, all right? October this year, of course. And you know, our plan is to hold the conference in the building of Polish Parliament, here in the Sejm. It's the lower chamber of Polish Parliament. So I would love to have you here, and now that you're in Vienna, maybe you would kindly spread the message among international experts, if they could get in touch with us, because we really like to agree on the best date for everybody, okay?
I can make an announcement at this summit I'm at in Austria today. We have about several hundred people in attendance, including major media. I will try to get an announcement made from the podium that the Polish Parliament and your members are seeking a climate summit, essentially in Poland in October, and put the word out.
Thank you so much. That's much appreciated. And good luck, and until we meet again. Thank you for a fascinating deck of slides. All the best.
About 90 minutes, I believe, to talk to politics, correct?
Yes, absolutely. The political segment, by all means, we'll be happy to listen to you again. So,
slides, it'll be interesting. Thank you so much. Appreciate this opportunity.
Szanowni Państwo,
well, that was a rocket start. Professor, we look forward to your address. I know you have prepared some slides. So we're all ears. But before we give the floor to Professor Kowalczak, let me give you an introduction. Maybe our colleague would like to do the introduction, because you've known each other. You know, you're a journalist, you're a publisher, you published the book. So why don't you sit here next to me so that the camera can broadcast this. Tomasz Sommer, a journalist, publisher. He published a book, Climate Change, Politics, Ideology, Science, Facts. That's the latest book by Professor Piotr Kowalczak. Obviously, I recommend this book very much. As you see, it's a big volume, but this is not a laughing matter, so we need a lot of pages for a reliable, extensive knowledge and arguments to oppose what we are being spoon-fed. The book is on paper. There's a hard copy. There will also be a digital edition of the book. So, sir, over to you. Would you please introduce our guest? Ladies and gentlemen, climate change and the debate around climate change that has been on my agenda for a long time. I actually even fell prey to media stalking. Yeah, I was a victim of media stalking, because media stalking is actually a thing. There is a foundation that gets paid from the EU, and this foundation, they announced the Climate Idiocy of the Year. So there's a reward or the title, Climate Idiocy of the Year. And each year, a few people are recognized. I was recognized once with a special mention. Polish President Andrzej Duda got the award, and I got the special mention in 1 year. Of course, then the media loves to disseminate this information, and I wanted to check who gave me this special mention, who are they? And what did I find out? It's a group of 3 people, literally 3 people from one foundation. The foundation is run by Professor Szymon Malinowski, and Professor Malinowski labels people. It's his little game, you know. He puts those labels on various people. Professor Malinowski sent me his book on climate change. I did some research on Professor Malinowski. And how should I put it? What he wrote in the book raises a lot of concerns in terms of mistakes, errors. He's a physicist. There were some chapters about physics. I'm not, an expert at physics, but somebody who is an expert at physics, he checked it for me and said that there's so many mistakes. So it was poor science in brief. So I was kind of waiting for a book on climate change that would really be fully serious, no errors, no mistakes, a reliable book. And a couple of months ago, lo and behold, a year ago actually, lo and behold, it's been a year now, that book popped up. It was like, God's gift for me. Professor Kowalczak had been writing this for a long time. It's a very voluminous piece. It took him a few good years to accomplish this piece of work. So as soon as I got this book in manuscript, so to speak, a computer manuscript, so to speak, and I started reading it, I was really amazed. It's the first comprehensive presentation of climate issues in full. So it's a complete package, all you need to know without any gaps, without any loopholes. It's like an encyclopedia or a vademecum. Professor Kowalczak is very well positioned to have written this book. For many years, he used to work in climate agencies, climate institutions, including Polish Institute for Meteorology and Water Management. He was the deputy president. He was the head of Poznań branch. He was the head of scientific division of this institute. So obviously, he is very well positioned and he has the right competence to review the facts, to aggregate the facts, and to put them in a book. Professor Kowalczak has written a number of publications on hydrology, that is his key scientific field of competence. But many of his books were published by various academic publishing houses. But with this book, it was particularly difficult for him because the publishing houses were not overly enthusiastic. They did not endorse the book. So that's how we managed to get the book. We did all the work, the preparation, obviously. One thing is to write a book. The other thing is to make it ready for publishing. But to our great satisfaction, the book is selling quite well. Probably the outreach will get bigger and bigger. Why? Because that's the only book, except for the Professor Malinowski's book. But Professor Malinowski's book is based on a totally different premise. Professor Malinowski has relied more on the aspects of climate change through the lenses of physics, whereas Professor Kowalczak's book includes the physics aspects plus the narrations, all the debates. So I recommend the book from the bottom of my heart. I recommend the lecture by Professor Kowalczak. So for anyone interested in that topic, it's a must-have, must-read. So after this lengthy introduction, let me give the floor to the Master of Ceremony. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you. Well, I really need to say thank you to Tomasz, my publisher. Without him, this wouldn't have happened. It took me 3 years when I was talking to publishing houses. They used to be my friends. We used to work together, but they were worried. They said, we're a private company. What if there is a strike? What if there is a demonstration? There could be some repercussions for us. So once again, thank you so much, Tomasz, for publishing my book. As I listened to Marco Morano, let me just comment one thing. IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. Intergovernmental, not international. So that's a big thing to bear in mind. Intergovernmental, that really is food for thought as to who writes the reports. It doesn't represent specific scientists, academic community, or anything. These are just those who represent a government. So just look at the sentiment in Poland about climate warning. That's the kind of people who represent us on that Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. Now let me start my presentation. Climate change. Oh, by the by, are we okay technically? Yes. So, I was inspired by the previous speaker. All of my life, I've been a workaholic. I've written so many books, but it was all about hydrology, water management, water bodies. That's been my field throughout my career, and I'm quite proud of what I have written. Most of these publications are quite popular, and they really make me proud now that I am retired. They are good for my vanity. But let's get to the nitty-gritty. The alarmists, climate activists are obsessed with water deficit, food deficit, like the Rome Club, the IPCC reports can serve as an example of that. What they all have in common is hopelessness. They do not provide solutions. And another thing they have in common is that their predictions are not verifiable, and they never come true. They say 5, 10, 15 years. It's absolutely not verifiable. In my book, Al Gore, I write that Al Gore said in 10 years it's all going to fall apart, there's going to be a collapse, it will be an arid desert. He said it in the first year of this, in the turn of the century. There was an interval in the heat wave, and Al Gore said that, what he said, it never came true. His predictions never held. I'm not a climatologist by background, but I was a head of many teams with climatologists. So I've relied on climatology, its reports. When you do spatial planning, water management, whatever you do, you have to pay attention to climatology. So error in climatology will make everything you do pointless. So you really have to rely on climatology reports. But what if you use absurd premises, absurd assumptions that never work, not in nature, not in science? So definitely the IPCC, that really is detrimental to our efforts. They actually get in the way. They stop us from building successful programs. And they make it hard for us to introduce the factors that will improve water management and environmental management. Hence, in pursuit of those errors, in pursuit of the reasons behind those errors, I decided to write my book, Climate Change. 2.5 years of capitalist work, 15 hours per day. That's my typical pace, my typical style, so I don't like wasting time. The motto of the book is that I am afraid that fixing the world, especially fixing water management, is based on a diagnosis. The measures, the funds are misdirected. We're wasting money, we're wasting time, and as time goes by, hope goes to waste too. We have some assumptions for flood prevalence all over the world. We have a problem with drought. I guess it's not based on scientific facts. The IPCC is always negative. They say it's unfixable, there's nothing we can do. There's been a hurricane, Katrina hurricane in the US, 2005. Climatologists say it's a poignant example when a climate would crush a city with physical losses, people dying, whereas the main cause of the flood, well, of course, the flood, was poor water management. They failed to block the irrigation canals, and there was a backwater coming into the city. The flood committee would assume that everybody would evacuate by car, but that was not possible. Then there was no space where to evacuate the people. There was a big stadium, and the stadium was a true hell. The things that happened there will make your blood freeze. So the inhabitants had to take the initiative, and things got ugly. So it's not just what the IPCC does. It's not just the words, it's also then the consequences when people suffer, when assets are lost. And these climate people, they are just deaf to any information. Like the IPCC, they've made so many mistakes. They have so many, like even sloppy mistakes, school errors. The scientists say, please correct that, please revise. And it takes them 5 or 6 years to act upon that request. And the revision is really never satisfactory. It's ever so scarce. And when you give them information, food for thought, please reconsider that. Please think again, silence is the answer. They never respond back to feedback. They never learn from their mistakes. Let's go back to the Rome Club. They were one of the first environmental organizations. I was one of the first victims. As a student, I used to run a lot of associations who wanted to, protect planet Earth. But then when I got an adult, I matured, I realized how many mistakes I had made, and I have documents to prove it. So what is the accuracy of Rome Club foresights? In this table, you can see the commodities that will disappear because of over-exploitation. In the red are those that we no longer have. So we live in a different reality. We do not have the basic elements we need to live. But no, look at the progress, technology, prospecting, exploitation of raw materials. It's getting better and better. And the IPCC now says we have to reduce less fossil fuels. So this problem that this Rome Club was heralding, it never came true. They spoke about hunger, starvation, what else? I don't want to compete with Marco Morano, who's a top-notch speaker, but I think there are some clear comments. There were a few madmen who announced it to the public. They published this information like in the US since 1972. From 1972 onwards, food will be rationed. 1974, there will be no water in the US anymore.
I can't quote the dates there on the presentation. For example, another story was that we cannot near any seashores because there will be stinking to heaven. So this graph, I don't want to procrastinate too much, but this shows what happened in the world economy in the 1970s. Great departure from all of excessive consumption of raw materials
and increase in productivity, which actually results from the improvement in new technologies in material processing and so on. So this has been omitted in the ecologist work, but this shows that the predictions are usually incorrect. This is the intensity of copper usage. It has been going down quite dramatically over time. Now let's revert to our fundamental question, which is global warming. I think we work on the same materials with Professor Morano, so this is again the temperature graph. Nobody denies climate change because the climate kept changing all the time, but quite slowly and not in the recent years only. We cannot change 4.5 billion years of Earth history because these changes have been always with us. These are the temperatures, or the distribution of temperatures in the past, or going back 2,000 years before Christ. It was quite warmer than today. There was also a drop in temperatures in the Middle Ages. Ice was noticed in the Mediterranean, also even in the River Nile, water froze. So we had recently the small ice age, so-called small ice age, that the climate advocates quote, and the results obtained from either groups boil down to political narrative. The lobbying is so strong that no other arguments actually pierce this information bubble. I can quote one of the Andersen's fairy tales, King's New Robes. Like, if you do not repeat what others claim, you are actually deemed stupid. And this exactly applies to all scientific debates in pretty much all scientific circles. Now it's time for IPCC. In my book, I give a very detailed overview of what happened within IPCC, and I show the way how scientific research is being done. Too small number of studies, measurements in regular meteorology and hydrology. These these tests or measurements are usually very strictly controlled. Now IPCC shows just a handful of measurements, temperature measurements across the globe. They speak about raising ocean levels, inundated islands or cities. I will speak about this in a moment. Now let me concentrate on the erroneous predictions of IPCC. A prediction is not a forecast, because forecasts are usually based on the defined scientific data coupled with methodologies. In IPCC materials, though, where people ask about the source of the materials, there was a source, but the follow-up question on the methodology resulted in the lack of any answer. So people speak about scenarios rather than scientific forecasts when it comes to IPCC work. These are the projected temperatures up until 2060. The vertical axis shows temperature Celsius, and the horizontal axis is dates. The blue line are the subsequent IPCC reports, excessive reports, I believe. And the green field is the data from observations. So please look the disparity between the IPCC predictions and the reality. This, again, is a comparison of mean temperatures based on various models. A huge disparity resulted, so the fifth IPCC report relinquishes the model data, quoting model data, I believe, but instead it was just described in expert opinions. These are these little squares on the bottom graph. There is a darkened part of the graph, and this part results not from mathematical modeling, but from experts' opinions that were actually rounded off. Here we have another example of what is quoted by IPCC. This is the increase in sea levels. On the vertical axis, you can see the centimeters of difference, and the horizontal axis shows the time passage. Please look at the difference between 1935, for the 2030, what the differences between the data from various reports. Everything went down. So if you are a good administrator, you should actually follow those predictions and start immediately building dikes and evacuation routes and so on. Would have spent probably plenty of billions of dollars to protect ourselves against the damage that never occurred. So a new IPCC message was released, and nothing has changed. And it is written in a very, very modern, difficult language. So if the politicians want to enforce their objectives of us paying extra taxes for emissions, they have to persuade us that natural disasters are actually proofs or evidence of climatic change. So anything what happens is the proof for climate change, which is contrary to the obvious truth. Any increase in the extreme phenomena? No. There is even a drop in or decline in intensity and frequency of extreme climatic phenomena. This is the attribution of heat waves from 1895 to 2015, and we have the frequency of occurrence of heat waves. And we can see the blue line, which shows the global CO2 emissions, and there is no connection with anything whatsoever. And it seems that the heat waves frequencies and intensity are declining. Tropical cyclones. Please look at the graph. There is obvious decline in frequency of hurricanes or cyclones. Also, their intensity is declining. They are not as strong as they used to be. This is again the graph showing the landfalling of hurricanes in the US. The climate advocates quote 500 kilometers per hour as speed of those hurricanes. However, what is measured is the wind force when a hurricane hits the shoreline. And we can see the red line, the strongest and the most destructive phenomena, and the other colors show less damaging forces. And you can clearly see the CO2 increase in the atmosphere. There is no correlation whatsoever, but the frequency and intensity is going down again. Here, droughts. The CO2 emissions are the blue line again. And you can see the red line which shows temperatures. And in the individual cells, there is a frequency of drought. It doesn't increase at all. In Poland, we also measured agriculture droughts. By the way, you can call anything a drought and spin off terrible stories, but it's absolutely wrong. Let's look at the definitions of, or let's quote the definitions of those phenomena before we measure them. Mark Moranos says that the true science incessantly examines, tests, and examines and welcomes objections. However, IPCC claimed that whatever they state is as dogmatic is absolutely undeniable. Consensus is something, as a term coming from politics. If we vote something through, this should never be challenged, and this is it. A different philosophy. The Club of Rome wanted to, or predicted, the decline in fuels. However, the current IPCC activity disproves what the Club of Rome stated, because they have to fight again the same phenomenon again. Professor Mann was the guy who invented this hockey stick phenomenon. He eliminated all the phenomena that prove the temperature changes, resulting in a sharp rise in the temperature. He was sued, and when he was asked for basic data and methodologies, he vacillated, and it turned out that when other scientists were working on the same model, they arrived at a completely different result. So he was sued. He was proved not guilty, but nonetheless it marred the scientific community. What is the crazy thing about these about the climate change? One reason is that there is a convergence of interest amongst many groups of people, politicians, green ecologists, media, scientific institutions. Everybody is thriving on scare, and business wants to obtain subsidies for their actually economic interest that otherwise would be a loss. So how about making money on the global warming? Because higher temperatures usually leads to welfare, opulence, to wealth. It helped people concentrate in one place, leading to establishment of the cities, and everybody was happy and thriving until the next wave of cold came. I attempted to compare various temperature periods, which are the object of this scare. What happens if the temperatures go up by 2 degrees or goes down by 2 degrees? And the Minian period, the temperature was 2 times higher. The average temperature was twice as high as today, and the civilization was actually thriving. The same holds true for extinction of species, which was disproved. And what Mike Moranos said also, the CO2 presence in the history of the Earth. We can see how CO2 levels continued to decline. It is the food for plants. Without CO2, we are not going to see any plants growing when we go below, I believe, 150 ppm.
We live at the time of CO2 hunger. If there is more CO2, we can have better vegetation, improved agriculture. This little map wraps up the satellite data of the last 20 years. What you see here is the greening. The greening has been on the rise. Just look outside the window. Some years ago, this green was a different kind of green, and it's the only implication of warming, global warming, and more CO2. That's the very positive effect. There are crop studies worldwide, and the results are very positive. There is bigger yield. Crop yield is on the rise for various plants. When I first read the data, I was shocked. 70% increase in rice, wheat, cotton, millet, other cereals, 30% increase for fruit, melon. When you look on a plant-by-plant basis, variety by variety, it's all on the internet. There's a lovely picture. I wanted to put it in my presentation, but I don't have enough time. Professor Idos from the US, one of the state institutes, he was experimenting on CO2, and once you add CO2, the plant will grow much better, like with a different order of magnitude compared to a lower level of CO2. I was worried I wouldn't have enough time, so I failed to show you this photograph. Okay, let me speak more to the microphone, stay more in place. More CO2 is very beneficial for plant vegetation. They save more water, yet they produce the same kind of crop. So if you want to scare people with potential drought, that's one of the remedies, CO2. We also mentioned natural disasters, the human life, human health loss. This is what you see on the graph. That's a trajectory, rapidly falling trajectory. One thing is because there's fewer disasters, but the other thing, we have better warning systems, emergency response system. We have better predictions, so if disaster does strike, we are better positioned to handle it without human life loss. 40 years or more, the IPCC in operation, so many billions and billions of money spent, but still there's no proof that people can control climate. No verifiable scientific proof for a cause and effect link between global climate change and CO2 concentration. That's the conclusion of my presentation, but since I have some time left, let me continue. There's a lot of bad things to say about the IPCC reports and their announcement, but the media actually do an even worse job. Those mad scientists who just want to exploit the general public, use taxpayers' money for their own obsession. That's a big threat, because I believe that the IPCC is one problem, but what the media does about it is a whole different problem, maybe bigger. So it's bad for us, bad for the economy. And look at the publications. The IPCC, there's always a reviewed publications. Okay, you must have a peer-reviewed paper. But the IPCC, in what they publish, they do not follow that principle. There was a number of mistakes. The fourth report, a famous one, together with Al Gore, they got Nobel Prize. And there were some mathematical mistakes, simple arithmetics mistakes, some crazy stuff when they wrote about nature. And until this very day, that is put at par with peer-reviewed scientific papers. It's regarded as an honest scientific input. Now, this is actually harmful for science. Climatologists become put off. You know, when there's a young person, they look for their own field in science. They don't want to just write a paper because somebody has a proposition and they have to substantiate it with their input. This is madness in science. People do not want to be a part of it. And one more thing, they say that we should fight climate change or climate volatility. Climate is volatile by nature. It's its inherent feature. There is vegetation because climate is changing. We wake up in the morning because the climate is changing. Nature is not something we can fight against. We can spend whatever money, but you cannot prevail over nature, can you? Do I have a moment? Yes, go ahead. So consensus has been announced. On what principles? As Mark Morano said, they've been trying over and over again to, how should I put it, to do competitions and contests to prove that the majority of scientists say the IPCC is right. It always fell through, and all the publications seem quite naive, to be honest. They are not founded on scientific premises. So they just took a survey, like a questionnaire survey, and as Mark Morano said, they just used that survey as a final call. They said, okay, we have climate warning and all the rest of it. This is the absolute truth. To be credible, that's a graph that illustrates climate model findings. This little macaroni sketch up there, it's the climate modeling results achieved by many different teams under the auspices of the IPCC. This orange line that runs across is the average, and underneath the green line is the actual findings, observations from satellites and balloons. So can you see the disaccord? Can you see that it's all over the place? And yet decisions were made on the basis of this macaroni-shaped ideas. Another graph. The red line is the average data from over 100 climate projection models under the IPCC. And the bottom ones, light green and light blue, that's the true observations, balloons and satellites. So once again, a huge gap between one and the other. And based on that, an unscientific decision was taken. But that's the way the IPCC has always proceeded. I'm sorry to say that. And before I wrap up, let me give you one more example. Professor, please feel free, even 10 minutes. 5 minutes and I'm done. Okay, 10 minutes would be fine. I never ever had a lecture in my life, so now I have a time of my life. No, seriously speaking, some iconic climatologists such as Judith Curry, she's a fantastic female scientist, a great writer, she writes about climate. She was a pillar of the IPCC, but then she dissented. She's been critical of it ever since. And what did she write? Over the last 30 years, this climate policy vehicle, or the tail, wagged the dog being the science, the tail being this policy vehicle. The Framework Climate Convention 1992 was signed by 190 countries before we had any scientific evidence. The Kyoto Protocol was signed before we could be sure that current global warming is actually due to anthropogenic impact. Also, James Hansen, another pillar of the IPCC, he's the founding father of global warming. when they were signing the Paris Agreement, he was there in top echelons of the media, the authorities, and he said, it's all not true, it's useless, it's fake. This is the guy who started the IPCC. This is the guy who's the founding father. Until today, he's a big activist. So thank you. Thank you for your attention, for your patience. Professor, we actually have 5 minutes left. So would anyone like to come up with a question to our speaker? Go ahead. I can see 2 questions. No, not me. I have a question as follows. How did they measure temperatures in the olden days? How did they used to measure temperature? It depends. It depends, really. For about 200 years, we've had measurements, and the current system is also erroneous. It's not free from error, because we keep talking about climate, whereas the measurement stations are mostly for synoptic purposes. Synoptic means to predict weather in the short term and to talk about local weather conditions, not climate. And then when the climate madness erupted, they had to rely on something. So there are so many mistakes, so many errors, poor equipment, poor locations. I put it all in my book. It's all described there. And if they want to rely on global data, which is BS, because globally we have 50 or something climates. So how can you say that, like when the measurement stations in the USSR, the northern part, they were eliminated. So many stations were eliminated, they just no longer is used, that just this fact that this data is not feeding into the funnel anymore, this in itself can justify the global warming. Cities. City is a totally different environment. In the cities, the temperature will be higher. When you drive your car back home, look at the road surface temperature on the pavement. Let's say the regular temperature is 20-30 degrees centigrade, and the one on the surface is 20-30 degrees higher, always in centigrade. So we need a different methodology. All the cities actually are up on this scale. So, yeah, excuse me, but how do we know what was the temperature 1,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago? Because you did have it on your graphs, even when, well, that's the IPCC data that I rely on. Well, what they rely on, scientists use geology-based inputs. You know, you do take those ice cores from the Antarctic and you analyze every level of the ice core. The best source is the animal residue or the tree trunks. That's the best source. It's not maybe that accurate or that reliable, but it gives you at least some ballpark figure, right? If you can't have anything accurate, at least you have something that will give you a general idea. I'm sure it is not accurate, though. Thank you. Please use your mic. There's a button on the right. Agnieszka, over to you. We need a microphone. Can you hear me? Excellent. Professor, my question starts with a short quote. It's something that's been in the air. I mean, it's like a magic phrase that really summarizes all this climate stuff. When you finally realize that you are the CO2 that they want to get rid of. It's about us, humans. So here's my question, Professor. We now have a full generation of young people who basically are, their brain is full of propaganda through education and whatnot. You're an academic, but academics like you are few and far between. You're more in a niche, right? And also the people who will be able to absorb what you said, to absorb it, internalize it. Maybe that's 5%, 10% of the population. And, you know, the majority, the kind of every man, needs a very direct message to make it sink in what is going on here and where it stems from. So I wish I could see you more with the regular people, like maybe at other meetings where we have more average citizens, because I have never seen you before, Professor, for example. So I do appreciate what you're saying. I want to thank you, but I'm guessing that probably you're under a huge pressure, all of you. You might lose your jobs, you might lose your legacy. But these average people, they need technicalities, yes, but they also need this direct message, like in a nutshell, what is going on here and who is brewing that beer for us. That it's supposed to curtail our activity, our life, etc.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to meet at the Krakow University with people. I was invited by a university, and specifically a department. When I entered the university, then it turns out that the dean fell sick and the host, not the department but a scientific circle. Definitely there is fear. Scientists are not courageous, particularly courageous people. They are not fit for becoming kamikazes. They are concerned with their positions. I used to be brave, but I stopped. I relinquished a promotion to one of the heads of the department. I also wrote in many articles that climate warming is treated as a religion, but I liked your statement about the young people. I am too old and have other things to do than to open a school and educate young people. I would also have to cope with the problem of endangering these young people, because if they are then jumped by all those media hyenas, these people will have limited growth opportunities. So you must not allow people to be dealt that penalty in terms of their scientific careers. You cannot write dissenting publication. If you write a dissenting publication, it will not be published. If you publish something that corroborates, emphasizes, and repeats the previously known arguments, it is deemed valuable and good. So unless we remove the smokescreen from science, we will be in trouble. So I am not going to endanger the young people by this. If a young person approached me claiming that, okay, I have a revolutionary attitude and I want to deal with this climate, I would retort, okay, how about your wife, children, your loan, mortgage loan, and the car? Well, it's very difficult to offer this young scientist this path of career without taking responsibility for their decisions. It is fascinating an adventure, but it happens at the expense of something else. Right, Grzegorz Szarek, very quickly, question. One sentence, and then a minute for an answer, because I think we deserve a break. May I ask two very short questions, very concise and salient? But media carry the notion of global temperature, which used to be usually higher than the previous period. What is global temperature? Because depending on the methodology you assume, it may mean anything. Second, where should we look for rational predictions of climate change? For example, an investor comes to our town and he wants to spend several millions to build a skiing resort, and he meets a friend of mine who tells him that in 20 years there will be no snow here. Well, the global temperature is something that I have no knowledge about, but people still use this term. It is used for the purpose of the dialogue with the media recipients. There should be, however, a network of standardized meteorological stations protected against the influence of the environment, factories, production plants, cities, and so on. And that measurement would be a golden standard for global temperature level, but it's not the case. It doesn't exist. Now, the second question. Institute of Meteorology and Water Management publishes quite valuable things in Poland. They showed the changes in temperatures and in precipitation over the past 40 years. The very neat maps, which is a very good point of departure for the discussions. Of course, the climate is changing, and building ski resorts that depend heavily on snow would be really a difficult problem. Okay, we have 3:13. Please reconvene at 3:30. Let us take our seats 1 minute before 3:30 to start our internet feed at 3:30 sharp. Thank you very much.
Zapraszamy, kawa, herbata, coś na słodko.
Muszę pójść do mego recenzenta. Proszę. Wszystko się zdarzyło też z tym Moranem.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. Welcome to the session of our Parliamentary Commission on the economic freedom and property of the Polish people, devoted to climate science. In the following part, we're going to listen to the statements of the persons who are very much politically engaged. I'm very happy to see the Deputy Michał Wawer, Deputy to the Polish Parliament, the Vice President of the Parliamentary Club of the Confederation Party. In this part of our conference, we are looking forward to hearing 6 speakers, to listening to 6 presentations, followed by the wrap-up of our conference by Mr. Tomasz Sommer. Now, Janusz, I give you the floor.
Friends and guests, first of all, on behalf of our homeland movement, let me thank the Confederation of the Polish Crown and personally my friend Roman Fritz, member of the same, for the invitation. Thank you for inviting us. First of all, let me show you a picture. For those who cannot see it well, you can see a cyclist with an electric bike with his or her, whatever gender it is. Anyway, it looks that he's very proud because he or she is green, because he's not polluting the environment, but at the same time the charger is connected to a huge power station which is puking the smoke in the background. Now, needless to say that this picture sums up better than anything the stupidity and the uselessness of so many facts that it clearly shows, and today we heard a lot of interesting evidence. So these clearly show that European and globalist green policy is a delusion, a hoax, a sham, a deliberate, at least a simple failure. Now, I have brought an example that Stefan Kotreis talked about also, mentioned also, of a failure. Are the ones who pay the price. And this topic, this subject will be the Energiewende, the green transition in Germany. Now, the German general governments, the 3 previous federal governments announced that phase out nuclear power stations and they want to phase out the coal-fired power station. And the reason was, as Mr. Marco Morano put it, and it's a politically selected factor, so the reason was to lower the carbon dioxide emissions from the dirty coal-fired power generations, and they want to. That's why they want to phase out nuclear power plants and coal-fired power plants. This was announced in 2020 by Merkel's Minister for Economy, Peter Altmaier. Now, hundreds of academics and journalists and political scientists justified these nonsensical policy decisions and praised the idea, and all these in order to destroy the energy foundations of the German economy. And finally, 17 power stations were shut down, and dozens of modern coal and gas-fired power stations were scrapped. And of course, all these things cost billions of euros for the taxpayers. Let's see the reality. And let's see the numbers. At peak times, Germany needs 150 gigawatts. At peak times, Germany needs about 70 or 80 gigawatts of capacity. This is a number from November 2023. The installed capacity of wind and solar plants is over 150 gigawatts. With these plans. So, for the time being, they decided to compensate this handicap of the renewable resources with conventional coal and nuclear power stations. So in 2023, the traffic light political coalition realized that this plan would take Germany's energy industry into something like a Mad Max world. So the General Grid Agency vetoed the phasing out, and they banned the early closure of coal-fired power plants. So it turns out that this decision, that they want to phase out all the traditional power plants, is a hasty, amateurish decision, and this plan, and to be able to provide Germany with the suitable energy, with enough energy, the old plants had to be refurbished, and they had to be equipped with new control systems, since the old parts from the 1970s were already out of use. And of course, this a lot of money, again, for the taxpayers. So we can make two conclusions from this. The first conclusion for me is that we need logical, simple, and traditional solutions instead of these futuristic and unrealistic and over-diluted theories. That's one message of all this, what happened. And of course, it's not just about energetics, but all other areas of politics. For example, let me give you another example. For example, genderism. I don't think there are 78 or whatever genders in the world. For me, there are two genders, woman and man, and a family can be imagined as a relationship between a man and a woman. And that's so simple, logical, simple, and factual. The other important message of this case, the political message, is that we shouldn't believe the extreme liberal and over-green pseudo-democratic political anymore. Neither in Poland nor in Germany and anywhere in Europe. Choose a political party, vote for a political party who think in normal terms, and in terms of normality, in terms of tradition, in terms of conservative values. So in Poland, I advise you to choose Konfederacja, to choose the Confederation of the Polish Crown, and you will not be fooled by political parties like in Germany. by the previous government. Thank you for your attention.
Tak, bardzo dziękujemy za tą.
Thank you very much for your recommendation. I'm quite confident that people in Poland do notice our community. They do hear our message. What we say is transparent, not misled by political correctness. And the recent election to the European Parliament, the outcome of that election actually goes to show that that's the case. Thank you very much for that intervention. Now let me give the floor to Władysław Ravel. Over to you.
Hello, dear friends. Thank you very much for invitation to this conference. My name is Ladislav Rabel. I come from Czech Republic. We are your neighbor. And I'm the organizer of big demonstrations. Maybe you remember 2 years ago in Prague, and recently chairman of new political party which is called Czech Republic First, which means we are really for sovereignty of our countries. And this is also touching the subject of today. So I would like to come today with 3 things which I would like to talk about. First is one headline from The Guardian. It's opening the discussion today. The second thing is about AI and data centers, energy consumption. And the third thing would be about what I heard from one of my friends about four basic pillars for our societies. I would probably start with the last, these 4 basic things. If we look at our society, I think all of us, we are working, we are living for our families, for our children, for their future, for our wives, and generally for our family. And then this is our basic value. And then to provide the security for our family, to provide a good life for our family, we are trying to work in a community. It means we are working with people in the same language, basically, in the same cultural and historical, let's say, values. And this community we are trying to establish, work together, and also feel safe and prosper. And this is the nation. This is the second thing, family and nation. And the nation then wants to establish something which will protect the nation, that it can go to the future. And this is state. State is a, let's say, organization based on territory and is protecting the community from outside, basically. And the fourth thing which we have traditionally is faith, the belief. I mean, here in Poland, most of friends, what I see here, are Christians. So this is the basic things which our values are based on. And now in this world it's a big political fight. Before it was left and right, but now the fight is between people who wants sovereignty, who wants the traditional values. It means family, nation, state, and faith. And on the other side are globalists. And these globalists, they are attacking these 4 values. They are attacking faith because they don't need that we will pray to God and go to the church and have our values which are stronger than their values. So they first have to destroy the faith, the belief, and they have to create new one. I will come to it. This is the climate change. This is the transhumanism. The second what they have to destroy is the state, because their goal is to create one big super state with one big government, just because they want to have the power. So for that they have to destroy our communities, because we are strong together. If we are as a nation strong, we will resist to their ideas to take power from us and take over the power. So they have to destroy the nations. And the last, what they have to destroy is the family. This is why we have what my colleague Janos was talking about, why they are doing this LGBT agenda, why they are changing genders and why they are attacking children in their genders in the schools. So they have to destroy families. And why they have to destroy families? Because they have the idea to create a new man, new human, and this is this transhumanism. The idea on the religioustic level of globalism is to take out people from Christianity, from whatever we have for beliefs, and create a new belief. On the global scale, it is a climate change. They are giving us fear that the earth, the environment we are living in, because the world is dying, also humanity will be vanished because it will be so hot. They have to go to the